Good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody to the City Council meeting today. It's Wednesday, April 11th. The City Council meets 3 times a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. All of our meetings are open to the public, and you are welcome. Mr. Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mr. President, we do.
Then please call the roll.
Very good, sir. Alarcon, Buscaino, Cardenas, Englander, Garcetti, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, LaBanche, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Zine, Wesson. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Koretz moves, second Garcetti. Next,
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Zine moves, second by Ms. Perry. That brings us where?
That brings us to the start of our agenda. Mr. President, there are requests from members to continue item 1 to April 24 and to continue item 13 to April 18.
Okay, without objection.
Mr. President, if I may, there's also been a request to refer item number 27 to the Arts, Parks, Health, and Aging Committee for consideration.
Okay, without objection. And that was item 27?
27, sir, yes. Back to arts. Mr. President, item 2 on the agenda is an item notice for public hearing.
Any cards?
Yes, sir, there is.
Okay, the next set of items.
Very good, sir. We'll call item 2 special. And in regards to items 3 through 19, there are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay, any specials, members? Mr. Zine. 5.
13.
By Zine. 13.
Continue, you say?
It's been continued, 13.
All right. And
So you have item 5.
18.
Any other? Mr. Garcetti?
4.
4.
Thank you.
Mr. Buscaino?
Item 8 for Mr. Alarcon.
8 for Alarcon. Any other specials, members? Yes.
If I could have item 5 instead of special, have that continued
And continue to win.
next Tuesday.
Mr. Clerk, do you have that?
Yes, sir. That would be Tuesday, April 17.
Okay, so on the, any cards? Or we already held hearings on it?
The public hearings have been held on those matters,
Okay,
sir.
so then on the...
Pardon me, sir. In regards to item 5, would you like to move that continue it pursuant to Mr. Zine's request to April 17 without objection?
Yes, without objection.
Very good, sir.
Ms. Perry?
Mr. President, I wanted to call 13 special to put in a request for an issue to be sent to committee.
Okay,
So
it was continued.
I just,
So what do we need to do?
maybe I can just say this so that when it's continued, they'll come back with the information.
Go right ahead.
Just to note that the Department of Water and Power did not respond to the Information Technology Committee, and in light of the possible rate increases, the DWP should be looking for savings wherever possible. So I'd like to, as the chair of the ITA Committee, or ITTS, ask the Department of Water and Power to report back to and work with ITA Committee on their cell phone policy. So actually it's good that they have been, this item is continued because it will give them time to come back with some information.
All right. Okay, so now let's open up, let's prepare to vote on the remaining items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mr. President,
Clerk?
that brings us to items 20 through 29. There are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration, sir.
Okay, without objection, those items are now before us. Do we have cards?
Yes, sir, we do. We have cards for items 20, 21, 22, and 25.
Specials? Specials, members? Okay, so on the remaining items, let's proceed with the vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, that brings us to items 30 and 31. They're items scheduled for closed session. Would you like to hold them on the desk?
No, I'd like to ask Mr. Krikorian what he'd like to do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Number 30 can be disposed of in open session. The matter was already heard in Budget and Finance. Number 31 will require a closed session.
Okay, so on item 30,
Mr. President, if I may read the recommendation in
Please
for the
go.
record before voting.
Please
In the
go
case
ahead.
entitled City of Los Angeles versus County of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to dismiss pending litigation against the county.
all right. Let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
And that brings us where?
Mr. President, it takes council back to items called special or public comment for items not on today's agenda.
Well, we have a special presentation today, and I think we'll start out with that first. I'd like to call on Mr. Labange and Mr. Reyes. If you would please introduce or present to us your special guest.
As Mr. Reyes comes up, and before we introduce our very special guest, I'd like to ask to rise Arts for LA community, which includes our Olga Garay, Danielle Brazil, Lenny Bornstein, and Charmaine Jefferson, and our deputies. They're an advocacy group sponsored by Mayor Villaraigosa, Councilman Alarcon, myself, and your deputies to advocate for the arts. Give them a big hand. Thank you for working out all day. And as we go from art, we go to the greatest athlete in the last century that ever came from Southern California, someone who's very special. I'd like to ask Delano Robinson, sister-in-law of the late, great Jackie Robinson, and Kathy Robinson Young, come on up here. And Duke Russell and Shirley Russell. Duke started this concept over 11 years ago to recognize Jackie Robinson Day in Los Angeles. We're also joined representatives of the city of Pasadena, the chief of police, Sanchez, for the city of Pasadena, and also he's joined here by his very special lieutenant, Lieutenant Riddle. Come around the table here. Mr. Reyes has the great honor of representing one of the greatest cathedrals in the city. It's not the one that I go to sometimes on Temple Street, where I get on my knees and pray for forgiveness, but that great cathedral at 1200 Elysian Park Drive in Dodger Stadium. And that is the home of the Los Angeles Dodgers, which celebrate 50 years. But in pre-times, the Los Angeles Dodgers were then in New York. And in California, in Pasadena, was a great young man. He was a bulldog from Pasadena High, Jackie Robinson. John Muir. And now I got more prayers to make. I knew he was a Mustang. I got up on my knees. You get a Mustang, I apologize. I made one mistake. I got one strike. I got one strike against me, Mr. President. I got a couple strikes against me this week, so I don't want to get struck out. That being said, he was a great Mustang from John Muir, and forgive me. But from there, he went to Pasadena City College. And from Pasadena City College, he went to UCLA. And UCLA has always been, like USC, a great Southern California institution. But at UCLA, both playing football and playing basketball and track and baseball, Jackie Robinson was the greatest athlete. Yes. And through the times then, the New York Dodgers of Brooklyn. I'm trying to run as fast as Jackie. That's what I'm trying to do. We know the story of Jackie Robinson. And it should be repeated and told to my children, which I have, which is a great thing. Children should know about Jackie Robinson. So fast forward many years, Duke Russell, a great Dodger, 1947, single A. He comes to the idea, let's have Jackie Robinson Day. And we've had it every year. And now it's part of the national Major League Baseball effort every year. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and stand on first for a while, the great Ed Reyes, to take us to second, third, and fourth in a moment.
Thank you, Tom. I want to thank Tom. 11 years ago, with the real passionate and energy from Duke Russell, they wanted to have this day of recognition. And with the Jackie Robinson Foundation and the family, every year we've been able to celebrate his life. Jackie Robinson, as you well know, is one of those iconic figures. 4 days from now, in 1947, he becomes the first African American to play baseball, Major League Baseball, since 1889. For that whole period, African Americans were not allowed to play major baseball or any major sport, in fact. But through his perseverance, through his tenacity, his sense of justice, he was able to break those barriers and became a role model for many of us. Those of us who understand the struggle, who realize what it is to meet adversity, especially in communities of color, we have been able to treasure Jackie Robinson for all of his sacrifices. This day we have the ability to look at Dodger Stadium 50th anniversary, as Tom has indicated, to see a great melting pot of races and cultures celebrating the great sport. And it happens because of the strong back of Jackie Robinson being able to overcome those types of tribulations. So I thank the family for their being here every year. I thank Duke for never giving up. And thank Tom for making sure this is a special day in City Hall. Again, happy Jackie Robinson's Day, and thank you, colleagues, for this moment.
Mr. Reyes, thank you very much. It's so important. I had, as we had chances in the past, to visit with Don Newcomb. And Don Newcomb recites a story where Dr. King was in Los Angeles in the early 60s, and he invited Roy Campanella, Jackie, and Don Newcomb for a little meeting. And Dr. King was expressing how hard it was for them as ball players. Harder than this is what Dr. King says, is Don Newcomb related, for the ball players, and not only to fight the color line, but fight those who were playing the game who didn't want to play in the game, their teammates, which was a battle. But this has inspired so many people, the Jackie Robinson story, and that's why this day is so important. And I'm going to ask Delano, who is Mac's wife. Mac's in heaven, but Mac was an Olympian in the 36 games in Berlin, a great athlete. I don't think if he had a brother, it's like brothers get in trouble. One gets a little more credit. But let's hear it from Mac Robinson's memory as we salute Jackie Robinson's Day, and the words from Delano Robinson's sister-in-law to Jackie Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Navarro. Thank you for your kind words also. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here this morning for this great day and celebration in honor of my brother-in-law, Jackie. Yes, Mac passed in 2000 and from severe operation of open heart surgery and heart attack. I had him for 11 years with a severe stroke. And upon that time, he was a good patient at home. I'm retired from LA County USC Medical Center in 1988 in nursing. And through the efforts of my background in nursing, they decided not to put him in a rest home when he was released from Huntington. No, we're going to rely on Mrs. Robinson nursing notes, giving him insulin and whatever medicine he needed for his survival and recuperation. And down through the years of those 11 years, I had him at least like a baby because he had a major stroke. But still in all, he's up there, we're down here, but he's down here with us all, helping us to celebrate today. And I thank you kindly for all of your prayers, your cards, and many of the doctors did come by the house to visit him when he was at home recuperating. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
Delano, thank you very much, and God bless Mac's memory. Kathy Robinson Young, would you say some remarks? And we love your jersey.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, good morning. On behalf of the Robinson family, and thank you for having us again this year. It's a wonderful time to be able to be around friends again. 65 years ago, yes, Uncle Jackie changed baseball. And we remember that on Jackie Robinson Day, along with all the wonderful things that we hear from fans. Sometimes someone will come across us and say, these are my memories of Uncle Jackie. Yes, I called him Uncle Jackie. I knew him, I met him, was at his home in growing up. Aunt Rachel, she founded the Jackie Robinson Foundation in 1973, and since then it's been one of the highest graduation rate type program across the country. So we just appreciate your time today in recognizing Uncle Jackie on Jackie Robinson Day, Los Angeles. Thank you so much, City Council members, staff, and everyone here to hear this today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have many great cities, and one of the great ones in our region is Pasadena. Speaking on behalf of the city of Pasadena, Chief Philip Sanchez.
Good morning, Mr. President, council members. It's absolutely a pleasure on behalf of Pasadena Mayor Bill Bogart and the City Council to join and recognize the Robinson family. Today, when our young people are looking for iconic people who represent really all that is good about society, all that is good about people, we only have to look to the Robinson family for that example. I think if Jackie was here today, what he would say that his best practices, his philosophy on life was not meant to be studied in the abstract. It was meant to be applied daily. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Chief, thank you very much. Now I'd like to call on Duke Russell, who wrote a little note to the councilman and said, we got to do this, and we're doing it, Duke. Give Duke Russell a big hand.
Thanks, Tom. You've done a great job also, all the city council members. But I just want to tell a little story about 1948 when Jackie Robinson came to Dodgertown. That was the first time he came to Dodgertown. And I happened to be there as a Dodger rookie. First time at bat, he hits a home run. And the crowd really went delirious and unforgettable. But he's a fabulous person, risked his life every day for several years, as you all know. And thank God for him.
Thank you very much, Duke. Thank you. So, Mr. Reyes and I, signed by our mayor, Antonio Villaraigosa, the whole city council, our president, Mr. Wesson, hereby proclaim this Jackie Robinson Day in the city of Los Angeles. Thanks, Betsy. And I'd like to also present on behalf of all of us a very special picture that's hanging in the City Hall gallery. We had a duplicate made thanks to Raymond Kwan. This is the picture we want your family to have. This is the great UCLA team that has them all right there. Bill Oberlin, Kenny Washington, another great Pasadena, Jackie Robinson, as well as Ned Matthews. This is the great team. Look at that. This is a great picture. Yeah, great Bruins. That's right. Good job. Good job. Good job. You hang that in the home. Mr. President, we thank you. I'd like to take my jacket off now and play baseball.
Thank you, Mr. Labange, and a special thanks to everyone who's come out today, especially the Robinson family. And Mr. Labange, as a side note to Mr. Russell, I've just been informed by our city attorney, Dion, that Dion coached his grandson, Willie, in Pony League.
Wow, that's good. And that's a good. And
so if he never made it to the pros,
you made it right there.
Blame him.
Thank you, Dion.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. And it's good to see you again.
We're going to go right there.
Okay, Mr. Weezar.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to introduce in the audience, we have two Roosevelt High School students in the audience from the AP U.S. History class. They're shuttering the mayor's legislative deputies today. Tiffany and Kevin, welcome to the City Hall. And are you still here? You were standing here a moment ago. Oh, there you go. Why don't you stand up and be recognized? Thank you for being here and learning about city government and process. And go Rough Riders. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And to the city clerk, if we could have item number 24 forthwith, please, Mr. President.
Without objection, forthwith, item 24. Okay, now what we're going to do now is a special request has been made. We're going to take item 4 out of order. When we finish item 4, we'll go directly to general public comment. Mr. Clerk, if we could take up item 4. Mr. Garcetti, are you ready?
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. Garcetti, I have a card.
Okay, go ahead. Sure, we'll do the card first.
Dr. Tom Williams, please come forward. And after he speaks, Mr. Garcetti.
Good morning. Dr. Tom Williams, LA 32 Neighborhood Council, also DWP Liaison. We've been watching the solar panels for single-family dwellings for over 2 years. The Board of Building and Safety said that they were considering counter permits for solar panels of relatively small size to be put on houses without the thorough review that's required currently. Then the LA Fire Department comes in and says, no, you got to have clearance under the panels. And then we had Montecito Heights where, yeah, standalones were erected, and yeah, they make a blight on the hillside. So what are we left with? Effectively, no single-family dwellings will be allowed to have solar panels anymore within the city of Los Angeles. That eliminates about 100,000 to 200,000 possible sites for, say, 4 kilowatts units. If you're going to have standalones, make sure that they can be approved by a simple counter permit from Building and Safety, because it's not the fire department, it's not the planning department, it's Building and Safety. Ask them to include in this motion a counter permit for small units, say 3 to 5 kilowatts. We can do a lot with those. Saves one DWP power station. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, along with my colleague Ed Reyes, introduced the motion in July of 2010 asking for various city departments to come together to overhaul and streamline the zoning and permitting process for solar power here in Los Angeles. And today is the result. And I wanted to call it special because last week or 2 weeks ago, we talked about the feed-in tariff program. A lot of folks were asking about the zoning and some of the logistical challenges of actually getting solar up. So today we have a solar zoning ordinance before us, and I want to thank specifically Osama Yunin from Building and Safety and Deborah Cahan, who's here as well from City Planning, for working together. We had the Fire Department, City Planning Department, Building and Safety, DWP, City Attorney, and community stakeholders come together to figure out a way that we can continue to push to make Los Angeles the solar capital of the United States. To make it easier for folks, I think all of us as council members have troubleshot a lot of different folks who wanted to install. I remember talking to Mr. Rosendahl about a company in his district ready to go, and 4 or 5 different inspectors changed 4 or 5 different things, and everybody was ready to pull their hair out while just trying to do the right thing of having more solar power. We want to make sure that Los Angeles is a leader in the field. We'll be announcing, I think, tomorrow, as the mayor signs the feed-in tariff piece, what we're going to be doing to move forward with our pilot program, which I hope will become more robust than just a pilot. But we already know the merits of this, that a strong solar program weans us off of oil and gas. It helps us reduce our environmental impact. But making this user-friendly, Deborah, if you don't mind, just coming forward just for a second to walk us through maybe like 2 minutes of what this does. You can come to the table over here. And today, the vote today, colleagues, will give Angelenos ability to more easily install green, clean solar energy on their rooftops. So if you could just walk through what the changes would be, how we're going to make this easier, and any future work that is still outstanding for us to do in the area. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman. We have worked on behest of the motion that you just described yourself and Councilmember Reyes to bring together multiple departments that have met extensively, not only amongst ourselves, but also with community stakeholders and industry stakeholders, to identify major obstacles in the zoning code and how to address them. This ordinance does so in 3 ways. 1, it removes major obstacles in installing carports in existing parking lots. This is a big deal as most of our city is built out, and if we're going to look for more opportunities to install solar energy systems, we'll have to look at using the existing space creatively. The second thing it does is it, for the most part, standardizes height exceptions. It creates a new category in the zoning code to explicitly call out solar structures that support these solar energy systems so that it's clear to the installers, the developers, and to the community what is allowed, and clears up a lot of confusion. And lastly, it creates a conditional use process for solar structures that do not meet the code requirements otherwise. What that means is if there's a situation that we cannot anticipate in the zoning code today, The applicant will not have to go through a strenuous variance process, but instead can apply for a conditional use process that is much more accommodating to this type of situation.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Reyes.
First, I want to thank the Planning Department and thank Councilman Garcetti for making sure we address this issue through his motion. But I think what's significant here is that we are now in a place where we are acknowledging the significance of historic structures. And we're now creating parameters by which we can look at locations that allows us to provide the kind of code standards and efficiencies, allows us to build these structures without threatening the historic fabric of this great city. So I want to be very clear that this does not allow for the distortion of any of the architectural elements, any of the overlay zones that are historic in nature, but it's emphatic about where we can be opportunistic in building these structures. And the standards we're setting, the process has been laid out. Thanks to all the city departments, we're able to create that level of expediency in moving this technology at a level where we can promote industry, promote jobs, and continue to stimulate the economy and look at our revenue base in such a way where hopefully we can focus on city facilities, we can look at private sector facilities, and create that snowball effect that allows us to realize the revenue that we can generate while keeping the integrity of our structures intact. So I just want to be emphatic about that point. I know some folks have been concerned, does this mean I'm going to have ugly structures on my roof? No, it doesn't mean that. It means that we're creating paths of least resistance for these structures. So thank you, Planning Department, Building and Safety, and the staff has been very, very diligent. Can you name some of the folks on your team that worked on this?
Absolutely. Well, Jill Soria from your staff has been extremely helpful. Guy Lipa as well from the departments who work with Osama Yunin, Steve Kermeyer and Antoine Rod from the Department of Water and Power, Captain Robert Franz from the Fire Department, and others that I can't think off the top of my head.
I hate to put you on the spot, but the reason it's important to acknowledge them because I know how hard you're working with a planning department that's lost 40% of its staff to continue promoting and pushing these ordinances is a difficult task. City attorney working on this as well, and I just want to recognize their hard work because I know how much is on your plate.
Thank you.
So again, thank you so much and continue working, folks.
Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. So basically, so that the public understands what this is a streamlining when it comes to the process of allowing solar panels to be permitted in that zoning area. But this does not, or does it? This does not affect building and safety's responsibility when it comes to the actual way in which the structure meets the other codes when it comes to, for example, in the San Fernando Valley, we have really high winds sometimes, and a solar panel can actually act like a canopy and blow off of a roof, unfortunately hitting something, causing damage or hurting somebody else. This ordinance has nothing to do with the actual building and safety portion, correct?
As far as structural integrity, no. That would continue to remain intact.
So this basically means that it's going to be a smoother, quicker path for them to actually have this kind of new structure, at least new to our society by and large, have a smoother path to getting done so that people don't see the city as an obstacle of allowing them to put this energy provider on their facility, on their property.
Yes, as research and development has progressed in the solar industry, the costs of installation are becoming primarily the soft costs of permitting these structures. So we came forward with this ordinance in a way to mitigate those costs as much as possible, to eliminate processing as part of the financial burden in installing solar.
Now, when it comes to financial burden, we're talking both time and dollars.
Time and permitting costs, exactly. We're removing both of those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Garcetti, did you? Okay, so then let's prepare to vote. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, let's go to general public comment. We'll start out with Bill Huey, Dr. Tom Williams, and Zumadog. Please come forward. Welcome, Mr. Huey.
Good morning, Mr. President and members of the LA City Council. My name is Bill Huey. I'm the president of the Fair Housing Coalition, fairhousingcoalition.com. I just want to bring a couple of things to the attention of the council. Number one, I heard that Mr. Douglas Guthrie is no longer the general manager of the housing department. He's been moved over to the Housing Authority, and now we have an interim general manager. I would ask the council that before you appoint another general manager, please allow the landlord community to have a process and find out who these people are and what their background is. You have Roberto Adalpi over there. He's the number 2 guy. He comes from, to my understanding, from a law firm that their business was suing landlords. I met with him. I gave him a list of 5 suggestions for reform. That was 2 months ago. We've never heard back, and he's not interested in doing more meetings. And I've talked to inspectors. They've told me off the record, this guy's a landlord hater. So we need some kind of balance. Also, we need a real organization, like an oversight committee, maybe composed of 3 renters and 3 landlords. That RSO committee you have at the housing department, they have no authority. They have the same conversation every month. They're nice people, but I've talked to them individually. They can't change anything. When I approach them, they say, go to city council and tell them to make the changes. And also, I submitted a request by certified mail for a list of the housing department of all the property the city acquired, all the rental units in 2010, 2011. I have proof it was delivered, haven't heard back. You know, I'm going to prove that a lot of these property the city owns came from landlords that they put in REAP and bankrupted. And when I prove that, that's outrageous, that's criminal. And one last thing, I'm in negotiations with a major television station in LA. They want me to host a weekly show called Doing Business in LA. I guess from an elected official's point of view, it's not going to be pretty, because we're going to get the business leaders who are going to point out what the city's doing wrong. But we need another voice out there, because the city's doing a lot wrong, and they could clean up the act, and we can make LA business friendly and bring the jobs back. I'm Bill Huey, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Huey. Dr. Williams.
Dr. Tom Williams, LA 32 Neighborhood Council, resident 30 years in El Sereno. However, 30 years ago, I was also a resident of the city of Aleppo, Halab, in Syria. And I learned that Egyptian Arabic wasn't the same as Syrian Arabic. But the people in Aleppo, the people in Latakia, the people in Idlib, I knew. I lived with them. 30 years ago, 25 years ago, the butcher of Hama at that time killed more than 10,000 people. Now we have his son and his son's uncle, brothers, killing and killing and killing in Syria. We worry about whether the Harbor Department representative will go to Arizona, which is purely political. But here, every day that goes by, another 25 to 100 people are killed by tanks and armored vehicles. Also, I personally saw gunships, helicopters with 55 caliber machine guns strafing a village between Latakia and Aleppo. Now they're doing it every day. So what do? We stand around saying, oh, well, that's over in Syria. And they've promised to do a whole bunch of things, but they won't until people stand up and say, this is wrong. And it is wrong. Wahish. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zumadog, please come forward.
Zumadog, 2013 candidate for LA Mayor, and you can read more about it at Zumadog.com. Zumadog with 2 G's. And I'd like to say, if you're just tuning in, we had a presentation, Jackie Robinson Day, And I like to say, absolutely, I don't have to think twice. My number one hero of all time, my complete number one inspiration. And when you're a gadfly at City Hall, you need to listen to that story every day. It definitely gets us through the emotional duress. Now let's talk about the debacle yesterday. What an effing debacle with you clowns. Let me tell you something. Did you hear KFI? Thank you for finally making Zuma Dog famous. Yeah, baby, Tim Conway Jr. show. Conway show at Twitter, baby. Yeah, played Zuma Dog. Yeah, playing Zuma Dog, imitating Tutanich, gets covered Tutanich line on his ballot designation, and the judge said that was illegal, and he made him change it. So Tutanich being deceitful on voters already before we've even had the election. But let's talk about you clowns. LA Times, LA Weekly, Huffington Post, KFI. It's going to be national news. And first of all, Herb Wesson had the audacity to make a threat against me by saying, "Don't be fooled by this suit, Zuma Dog. I'm a badass you-know-what. Don't be fooled by the suit, Zuma Dog. I found out them is fighting words, Herb Wesson. Don't be fooled." In other words, we had a city council president on live TV who couldn't control his temper, who makes a threat. I wonder what happens in the district when the cameras aren't around. You said don't be fooled. Who are you fooling, Herb? And Paul Koretz to threaten to say, "Oh, I can't even control myself. I got to go over. I'm likely to clock somebody." Yeah, what a joke that turned out to be. And when I'm on topic, don't interrupt me also. We got a live federal case here, and Herb Wesson said I should be looking for a job. No, I'm disabled on work exemption because of you clown ass.
Watch your language. You are disrupting the meeting. The next set of speakers is Arno Sachs, Arlene Batishil, and John Walsh. Please come forward. Mr. Sachs, Arlene Batishil, and John Walsh. Mr. Sachs, welcome.
Yes, thank you. I come here to talk about some issues confronting the city, the budget problems, benefit inequalities, program cuts, and end up having to talk about situations like yesterday. During the circus, outbursts from the audience were addressed, gestures made by people were discussed. The Constitution was cited. Anybody here for the redistricting meeting that was held in council chambers on January 16th, when Little Tut took over the meeting and said, "I don't want any interference"? So the city clerk lied about the agenda process. The city attorney made up rules regarding the special meeting. Anybody on the council stand up and say, "No, that's not right"? 550 meetings have been here that I've come to. Never had any kind of process like that occur. Haven't had it since. Someone from the audience made an inappropriate gesture. There was outrage. Somebody even mentioned to turn off the cable feed.
Let's keep it down. Shh. Can we hold this time? Shh. Hey, guys.
Yet yesterday, when a presentation, my father was in World War II, took 2 bullets in the Philippines. You know who he was fighting? The Rising Sun Empire. You know who was presented with a certificate yesterday? Rising Sun. 2 people, this gentleman representing the Rising Sun. Should I feel outraged about that? You think my father should be outraged that the Rising Sun was given an award yesterday? By Councilman Rosendahl, the city council. Who stood up from the city council and said, "Hey, don't they represent the enemy from World War II? No. Nobody stood up. Turn off the cable feed, somebody said. Why don't you do like you do when you vote, where they put a big roster up to cover up the photo of the city council chambers?
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Thank you. Miss Arlene Batishil. Wait. Arnold, you're disrupting the meeting. You're continuing to disrupt the meeting. At least show respect to the other speakers. Okay, welcome.
Thank you. My name's Arlene Battistel, and I just want to thank the City Council for you guys doing the job that you do, because I don't even know how you do this every single day, and you put up with the crap that you put up with in this room. I'm also a small business owner in Los Angeles, and I personally do not have problems doing business in the City of Los Angeles. The reason I'm here today, I'm a homeowner in Silver Lake. I own an apparel manufacturing business, and I spend a lot of time in downtown LA doing business. And I'm having a bit of a challenge right now that I think a lot of other Angelenos are having, and that is we all experienced in 2008 the gas prices, what they were then and what they are now. And the first time I put $100 into my car and did not fill up the tank, I said that's enough for me. I am now going to get on my motorbike and my scooter and start commuting that way. And so that's how I have been getting around the city for the past 3-4 years. And I am now at a point where I'm experiencing so much frustration in downtown LA as someone who is on 2 wheels as a commuter that I don't know what else to do. And the most recent experience this past week was being parked. I was at a meeting at a restaurant downtown. I had parked my motorbike in front of a vehicle. It was a vehicle that had a placard. They were legally parked there. And I got a ticket for an expired meter and not having a placard on my little motorbike. My motorbike is probably no wider than this podium thing here. You could probably park 12 of them in one city parking space if they were lined up one after the other. Consider the number of people who would be down here if people were commuting on 2 wheels. But the problem I'm having without adequate parking downtown for people on scooters and motorcycles is that I have used pay parking lots. I have had people in their SUVs back into my bike, knock it over, break my taillight, break my headlight. My vehicle is not safe anywhere in the city on the street. I have parked on the sidewalk next to a bicycle rack and have gotten...
Ms. Battistel. Here's a guy from Councilman Garcetti's office. Maybe he can chat with you. I don't know if he can offer you any relief, but I can promise you he will try. Thank you for coming down. Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. 144,000 successful server requests in the past 3 weeks since we put up the Zev post. And you will see, if you go there, Confidential Quickies, a new posting here about Zevgate. Come to our website. Remember, I don't disrupt the meeting. I enrage you. And I enrage you with the truth. Incidentally, if you want to see the Jackie Robinson story, it costs $3. It's an excellent movie. Guess who plays Jackie Robinson in the fictionalized version? That's right, Jackie Robinson. As far as Nazis are concerned, you allowed the Nazis on to march and have a Nazi rally on the steps of City Hall. Fine, that's the First Amendment. But not one damn member of you was out there fighting them. Not one of you when the Nazis were here. Now, that was taken care of because the gentleman, the head Nazi's son, 10-year-old son, put a bullet through his head. Read about that, where, or see it on 60 Minutes. Now, let me tell you right now, L.A. crime, again, there was another rape. Go to Crime Mapping LA, it's all up there at the LA Times and LAPD, a rape at the corner of Hollywood and Highlands. Now, I've asked Eric to talk to me about this for 2 months. Maybe if he got the cops out there at Hollywood and Highlands, vaginal blood wouldn't have been streaming last week on Hollywood Boulevard. And the rapes are going on. It's a group. There is a group of rapists who drug women in clubs and then rape them on the street. Read about it, not me, on Virtual Tourist. And you don't give a damn about the blood because they're Hispanic women. And incidentally, the anti-Nazi rally was predominantly Hispanic people. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Here in City Hall, we have Mr. Matt Dowd, Henry Marine, and then we will go to the Valley for Rick Nightingale.
Hi, this is Matt Dowd, Los Angeles City Council. You're listening to KFI Radio. It's KFI Day in the city of Los Angeles. And it's going to be every day will be KFI Day in the city of Los Angeles. After what happened yesterday, See, and that's why I'm so outraged too, because the Nazi thing, it is the case law. That is the case law. And if Dion was here yesterday, he would have told you, dummy Paul Koretz, because that's what he is. Well, it's all the assembly people. I mean, what is it with you guys? These new guys coming in here. We've been doing this for years. And it's all Eric Garcetti's fault, because he's the one who first came up with these rules of decorum. You know, the Rhodes Scholar rules of decorum, where you have to understand every little inflection that every person says, and then he's the only one who could do it. So now they're all as-applied cases. Everything that happens here is another as-applied example in the federal case. So the LA Weekly's covering it too. The LA Weekly's coming out of thing because of Bill Rosendahl and Mitch England. Oh, let's turn off Channel 35. Let's shut down the First Amendment. Gee, let's shut down First TV. There might be some kids watching. We went through that in federal court with Tom LeBong's best buddy, Harry Pregerson's son, Dean Pregerson. And he's the one who knocked out the permits, Harry Pregerson. And then I went to Bernie Parks over here and gave him that info about Occupy, and gee, that turned out to be right as well. So it just gets worse. You're digging the hole. See, that's what's happening. You're falling into this hole now with public comment, and look where it's turning. John Walsh and all this stuff. Keep going. Just keep it going. America's beautiful. God bless America.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marine. Oh, there you are.
Good morning. As you know, Janice Hahn said people who don't go to the negotiating table will wind up on the menu. And now you're here, and you're on the menu. Paragraph 8 of MOU 35 says there shall be no minimum length of time of employment for workers hired under this agreement. The maximum length of time of employment for workers hired under this agreement shall be no more than 1 year per project. That means per federally funded or state-funded project. We know hire and haul employees, so-called hire and haul employees, which is MOU 35s, are special funded. We know housing authority employees are 2/3 HUD, 1/3 city funds. That's what was structured in 1949 with the Housing Act. So my Hackler and COLA checks show I was paid a whole lot less than the prevailing wage, and it shows that city and union officials agreed to use my money at will. This is not ratified by anybody. It was 1989. There's no, they tell us at will employment, so who's going to ratify it? Mr. Garcetti showed us how Jim Ackloff could serve the people above and below him, but our CEOs don't appear to have that quality. But we know they made you understand. I watched the October 26th meeting this morning, and Miss Deputy Attorney Mary Jo Kerwin told you it was illegal. Attorney Dion, he told Mr. Rosenthal, it's illegal to reduce the pay of an employee without having intent to provide them benefits. Mr. Garcetti thought that what the CEO and the unions negotiated was legal.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the Valley for Mr. Nightingale in the Valley.
Yeah,
Good morning, Rick.
Good morning. How you doing today? This is for, excuse me, Mr. Alicon. I'd appreciate, I'm going to leave my phone number at your Pacoima office. I'm trying to help a gentleman illegal buy a house. I'd appreciate, I'd like to get some information if you would, please. Thank you. Regarding yesterday, what a fiasco that was. What a fiasco, I'll tell you. A lot of people already talked about it. Don't need to say any more. You know you don't have any right, so let's just leave it at that. Same as Dr. Clyde Williams telling about what's going on in the world. You don't hear all about that. I mean, it's just something that happened. I don't expect you people to forget it. It'll stay with you, but it's like a wound, and you keep pulling the scab off. I'm not telling you to forget it. It was a terrible thing. But you just got to relax about it. I mean, I'm sorry. My mother was full German. My wife is full German. So that means I'm half German. But I don't hold myself responsible for this. Their family came from Germany and that stuff, and they don't do it. I'm sorry, but you people have to relax about it. It's just the same thing as this kid Martin. You council people are just as fault of what's going on. And look what's happening right now. It's just a keg ready to explode in Florida. I won't be surprised if something like happened here at Watts and all happens in Florida, because you people were just at fault, jumping on the bandwagon with the news media and so forth. You have to take responsibility of what things you get involved in. And I'm telling you, it's just unbelievable. Same thing as like right now, we're still in this about the budget. Things are happening, same as I told you before, you're going to have to cut, and you still keep building more things. I don't understand it. Thank you.
Okay. That concludes our public comment, general public comment. Mr. Clerk, we can begin dealing with our items. Now, is Mr. Alicon? Richard? Mr. Buscaino held item 8 for you. Do you want to take that item up now? Okay, let's go to item 8. I think it's item 8. Am I right, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir, item 8.
Okay, and if I could get Mr. Reyes. Yes, go on, Mr. Alicon.
Council members, if I could ask the representatives of Discovery Science Center to come forward. It would be great if they could come to the center, and also the CAO's office. Is the CAO and CLA present? Council members, you might have seen the headlines on the Daily News. Very quietly, behind the scenes, we've been working for the past several years to try and find a resolution to the Children's Museum, which was lost by the nonprofit that was sponsoring that program due to bankruptcy. The bottom line was they were unable to generate the funds to be able to open the Children's Museum. The city then, as a result of bankruptcy proceedings, received the structure as our property. We own the land. We always own the land. The nonprofit Children's Museum was building the structure, and they would have owned the structure. But when they went through bankruptcy, the city essentially inherited the site, both the structure and the land. The problem that we were having, there were many people that were asking, well, why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? The police department looked at it. The community college system looked at it. And the fact of the matter is that the funds that built the Children's Museum to date were funds that were tied specifically to a children's museum. Whether the funding came from the county, the state, or the city, or the federal government, they came under the auspices of providing a children's museum to the people of Los Angeles. Since because it was required to be a children's museum, if we did not maintain the spirit of that notion in pursuing the use of the facility, then we would lose the newspaper said $16 million. I actually believe the fund is closer to $20 million that we would lose. We would have to pay back to those people who funded this project. So the good news is that, as I said, we put a task force together headed up by the CAO and the CLA and numerous departments involved, and we reached out to Discovery Science Center and asked if they would be interested in looking at the site. And the good news is they said absolutely. They were very enthusiastic about it. We want to thank Joe Adams in particular, the CEO of the Discovery Science Center in Irvine. And now they formed a nonprofit corporation that would, the idea being that Discovery Science Center of Orange County has created another organization called Discovery Science Center of Los Angeles, and the idea would be that they would manage this facility that is owned by the city of Los Angeles now. And so I just want to have them make a presentation to you. This has been a lot of work, and I want to thank the task force for bringing us this far. But we are still not there yet. We do need additional funding. Today, the agenda would provide additional funding. But I do want you to know that I applaud the work of the CAO, the CLA, the Department of Recreation and Parks, Public Works, all the departments that came together to try and figure this out. And most notably, I want to thank the Discovery Science Center for being an excited partner, and hopefully we can bring this one home. So with that, if I may, I'd like to ask the CAO to bring us up to speed on where we're at and what the item before us is.
Certainly. Bernice Hollins, Office of the CAO. For this item, I'm representing the LA for Kids Steering Committee that has oversight over the Proposition K program. As a result of a financial reconciliation of Proposition K bond funds that were issued during the early years of the program, we have identified $7.9 million in unspent bond funds and interest accrued on those funds that are available for programming. Now, the steering committee has recommended that the majority of those funds be committed to the Children's Museum facility to safeguard the city against financial liabilities that range from $7.5 million to $15.8 million for public funds that have been expended on the project. At this point, under Phase 1, we completed the construction of the facility, which is a two-story, 58,000 square foot facility. However, in April 2009, we lost our former operator, but was then later able to negotiate a partnership with the Discovery Science Center. The project is at a critical phase right now. If the city does not open the facility by March 2015, we would need to repay $7.5 million in straight grant funds that would be liquidating at that time. Now, the project qualifies for $9.2 million in new market tax credit funds. However, in order to apply for those funds, we would need to commit upfront the balance of $11.8 million. The steering committee has recommended that the city's contribution come from the $5 million that's recommended through this report, $4.7 million in MICLA financing that is recommended through item 22 on today's agenda, and also $2.1 million in unspent project funds that are available for Phase 2 development. The city, as I said, has partnered with the Discovery Science Center to develop the exhibit program and to operate the facility. The agency is in the process of preparing the new market tax credit application and has also, as we mentioned, formed an interim board for the Handsome Dam facility. At this time, I would go ahead and ask Discovery Science Center to present on their current operations and vision for completing and operating the Children's Museum facility.
Well, good morning. My name is Joe Adams, and I'm the president of Discovery Science Center. We're excited to be here today talking about this opportunity. Also at the table is my vice president of finance, Mike McGee. So the Discovery Science Center, we have a little slideshow to kind of walk you through so you know who we are. But if you look up, we have this large cube. That's us on the 5 freeway. And so we're in the middle of the city of Santa Ana. The icon is the cube, and our building is remarkably the same size as the building there at Handsome Dam. Before I get too much further, I want to say that you probably don't hear this much, but your staff of the city has actually been great to work with. We've been working with them now for about 1.5 years, and both offices. And I want to say we've worked with a lot of cities in Orange County, and your team stacks right up there amongst the best of them. So I want to just get that out there on the table. This is a great team to work with. So we are a nonprofit entity, and I'll kind of go through a couple of whoever's moving our projectors, maybe this side here, we'll move over to the next slide. So some facts about the Science Center. We're a top 25 science center in the country. We see close to 500,000 visitors a year. We are ranked 3rd in the nation in programs that go into the classroom. Well, our Science Center is twofold. It's a science center that everybody comes to, and you see the cube and the box and the exhibits that are inside there. But the other part of what we do is we're in the classroom helping out teachers to explain the science standards that they're required to explain in the classroom. There, in that part of our business, we're the third largest in the country. We have 220,000 students we see each year. In the city of Santa Ana alone, we're in every after-school program once a week with our teachers teaching science education. We have 75,000 kids come to the Science Center on field trips each year, and we also do teacher training for over 600 teachers in helping explain science concepts and new innovative approaches. So the Science Center, here's some elements of different people, how we've ranked. 11th best in the Parents Magazine. IAPA, we are a finalist of Brass Ring Award, which is operations and marketing. The Register and the Orange County Business Journal continue to give us awards for being the best science center and museum in Orange County, and numerous others. We treat our business as just, even though we're a nonprofit, I do not come from a nonprofit world. I've been the president for 9 years, but I came from Disney before this, and so I blend a Disney theme park way of management and expectations of our team with the concepts of science education. So our strategy at the Science Center is that we blend in hands-on, state-of-the-art exhibits with rotating exhibits. So the state-of-the-art ones, they're immersive, they're inspiring, they're interactive, engaging, entertaining. They're focused on great specific results and measurements. And the rotating exhibits is that we bring in new exhibits every 3 months so that we can mix it up. Give people a reason to keep coming back. Next slide. So here's to show you our operational strength. Here we're looking at our revenues that the Science Center's generated over the last 5 years to show that we bring in revenues on two different fronts. Both earned revenues and contributed revenues make up these numbers. But we are a very strong entity. And we've been around for 25 years. We've been in the city of Santa Ana for 13. The board of the Science Center is made up of 40 different people. They are community members and lots of companies, and so we showed you a lot of the logos of the companies that their senior management is a part of our board. And you'll see that several of these companies cross over right to Los Angeles. So there's a lot of crossover between Los Angeles and Orange County. My team came from Disney. I continue to hire team members from Disney. Mike came from Disney. He was the CFO of the Ducks, was the last position over there before going on to the Science Center and other elements, I should say. But the science, what I do is when I look at senior management for operations, the guest experience is number one. And so when you look at that, Disney has a great way of handling the guest, and so they are the culture that we want to animate. And so we continue to bring in seasoned professionals from there, and even our vice president of marketing is from Knott's Berry Farm. So we take a lot of theme park kind of approach to the nonprofit museum side. And of course, we have staff and volunteers throughout the area. And when I look at the staff from the cities of Santa Ana and Anaheim, our two locations that we're exactly at, that makes up about 80% of the staff of the Science Center. So it's a lot of young, first-time jobs, but we're able to groom right out of our area, and I don't see any difference from what we're talking about here in Los Angeles. So speaking of Los Angeles, we have created, as Mr. Alicon has indicated, the 501c3 nonprofits there at Hanson Dam. We have our articles of incorporation this year in February. The exhibit strategy is going to be exactly the same as what we do in Orange County. And our revenue strategy is the same as well. It's a mix of earned revenues, which is tickets and such and programming, paid for programming, and then contributed revenues. We will be fundraising and the like. The timeline for the project. Well, as soon as we get the funding, we're ready to run. The board of directors has scrutinized the project and my team in depth. So we have the full support of the Science Center. In fact, that's how Science Center Board, that's how we created the Articles of Incorporation. Our target, which I fully believe we can make, is March of 2015. If we can get it open sooner, we would definitely open it sooner. Jobs, this slide also talks about jobs creation. Our performance show about 150 positions, full and part part-time that the Science Center up there will employ. And then the construction project, we hire a lot of Los Angeles-based exhibit manufacturing companies to do the work of the exhibits, and that's been our success down in Orange County, and we'll continue doing it here.
Yeah.
Now, the next couple of slides are just the overall slides of the Science Center. It's 2 floors, different exhibit areas within each floor, covering many topics. And maybe I'll kind of fast forward this to a couple of slides, one more over past this one. Here we go. So the main exhibit strategies, exhibits on the environment, protecting the earth, water, the land, the water that we bring in and drink, and then protection from fires. And then a lot of fires up in that area. Making the grade, there's exhibit galleries focused on what the California science standards require us to teach in the classrooms, and so hands-on, full, large-scale hands-on exhibits explain every concept for those kids to learn will be at the Science Center. In addition, there will be areas on children's health and literacy as well. We'll have a 4D gallery, and then we'll have, each one of these will have their own rotating exhibit galleries, continuing to freshen the experience to keep people keep coming back. Next are some slides of our environmental exhibits. And we'll keep going. This is on Earth. This one's on water. Concept slides of talking about how we import water here to Los Angeles. The importance of fire and how to protect, importance of understanding how the fires work and how to protect our areas from forest fires and air quality. Here's some concepts on making the grade for the school children. And then these are concepts on children's health and literacy. You know, science it's a blend. It's a blend of math. It's a blend of being able to read and understand the problems that are put together in front of you, and blending them together, you'll be able to understand science. And then, of course, we'll have major touring exhibits as well. There'll be a large touring exhibit gallery. In the Science Center world, there are exhibits that you rent, you bring them over, and that's kind of what you promote to bring people to the main part of your gallery. And we will have a major gallery up there as well. And I think that's our slideshow.
Council members, as you can see, this is a very exciting idea. This is not blowing smoke. This is the real deal. We absolutely, the task force absolutely believes we can make this happen and deliver this project that was dead on arrival to the people of Los Angeles, especially to the kids. When I reached out to Discovery Science Center, my wife and I went to visit with our daughter Camila, and she was 2 years old, and she loved it. So it's Camila tested, and I'm sure that the kids of Los Angeles would love it. I have to tell you that we lost Camila at the site, and we were scrambling around trying to find her. Of course, we were terrified parents. But we found her in the section that was exactly at her age level, playing with one of the exhibits. This is a very high-tech, highly studied, researched program that specifically delineates projects that are adapted for kids of appropriate ages in different sections. I strongly encourage you to go visit it. I think that if you have the opportunity to visit it, I'm sure that you will find that you will be a strong supporter of this project coming to Los Angeles.
Thank you, Councilman.
And so I want to thank the team, Joe and his team, and the CAO, CLA, especially for their leadership, and the Rec and Parks Department for the tremendous work that they've done in putting all of this together. So thank you so much, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, sir. We do have 2 speakers on the queue, Councilor Labanz and Councilor Cardenas.
It's a good day, and we have your daughter to thank for that. I want Ms. Cardenas to say it's a good day, because you're the money person. You're the CAO, so it's very important. When you speak, we listen.
Maria Cardenas with the CAO's office. I'm very happy to report that the LA for Kids Steering Committee recommended that we move forward with this funding request.
That's a great statement that you made.
It's great. I urge your recommendation.
Because this is utilizing a wish of many people. A wish of many people. And this particular museum, in the presentation which I saw in committee in the Arts and Parks, I saw school buses, which is the greatest vision you could see. When there's a sea of yellow buses at the zoo, when there's a sea of yellow buses at the Natural History Museum, at the Los Angeles County Art Museum, That is the key to what we leave others. And the fact that they're environmentally in the Hansen Dam area, it connects to the Big Tujunga, Little Tujunga, to Angeles National Forest. It could connect to so many environmental things. And also, how many millions of dollars does the city, from water and power to sanitation to other agencies, try to give public information that with the right exhibit will be public information? That's a partnership that you could make. So as long as Ms. Cardenas says this is well approved by the CAO, that means we got a shot to make this happen. And Richard, again, I want to thank your daughter and your wife for that as we move forward.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Councilman Cardenas and Councilman Krikorian.
Good. Thank you, Councilmember Alarcon and staff and everybody for working on this. This is actually a very, very important project. It would actually be the first public museum in the San Fernando Valley, which is kind of odd to come across that statement, but that's true. And it's badly needed, and it's something that certainly not only needs to be preserved, but it needs to flourish. And speaking of flourishing, you mentioned earlier that that there'll be teaching going on, teaching as far as visiting students and et cetera, or a classroom type where there's going to be an actual school there. What kind of teaching are you referring to?
Yeah, actually a little of everything. So we bring field trips, will be coming there, focus on what the kids are supposed to be learning in the classrooms to help out the teachers with hands-on exhibits. But we also do classroom programs in the classroom. So we'll have assembly programs, workshop programs, a whole set of teachers to be able to go out and help out the schools with the content that they're doing. And then we also do workshops for teachers that are already teaching in the area to help with the lesson plans and new ideas. So we range the full gamut.
But however, when it comes to the museum potentially, or the Science Center / museum potentially working with an on-site, say, charter school or something like that, is that possible, or is just physically the space couldn't lend itself to two main components like that?
Well, we haven't studied a charter school at that site, but it could be studied. I mean, you've got a wonderful library right next door as well. So I'd be open to looking into it.
The reason why I say that is because obviously one of the things that has gotten us to this point is the fact that it is well-laid plans. It really is. You visited the site. You mentioned you know a lot about it in your investigation and your willingness to take it on. However, although it's well-planned, the biggest problem today, whether it's government or private entities, is ongoing funds, making sure that you can actually sustain the project on a day-to-day basis, to maintain it, to keep it a teaching facility, to keep it a facility that's accessible to the public. All of that costs money on a day-to-day basis, a month-to-month basis, a year-to-year basis. And getting the kind of stream of income sometimes is kind of difficult. And the reason why I bring that to your attention is I hope that your organization is open to perhaps partnering with albeit even a small charter school, because some charter schools are as small as 50, 60 students. Unlike the schools that some of us are used to going to when we went to school, it was 1,000, 2,000, 4,000 students on a campus. Obviously, 8,000 square feet could not accommodate that, but perhaps this 8,000 square feet, and being that it already is a learning facility, could accommodate helping a synergy of making sure that you have more sustainability income-wise, and that perhaps a charter school is housed there, and part of their income can actually support the bases for keeping this alive and going strong for many years to come. Yes.
If Jerry. I could, I'm sorry, I just didn't want any expectations not be clear leaving here. City attorneys actually opined that this is going to be Rec and Parks property, and it could not actually formally house a charter school. That isn't to say, of course, that partnerships with charter schools and LAUSD and educational components can't happen there, but an actual charter school could not be housed at the facility.
Okay. Thank you very much. If you'll indulge me, Mr. President, I'd just like to point out to you, it is that is the city department that would be responsible for this property today, but perhaps we need to look into a possibility of responsibly transferring that responsibility possibly to another department that may not be precluded from having that partnership happen there.
Thank you,
we
Councilman
don't know
Collins.
today, but perhaps there is an opportunity. Perhaps. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Councilman Krikorian. Oh, okay, you're the last on the queue. He will pass. So, see no one else on the queue. Let's open the roll, close the roll, And tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay, that will pass. Mr. Clerk, we will take another item out of order, and that would be item 18.
Item 18 called special for Councilmember Zine.
Mr. Zine?
Yes, sir.
You called 18 special?
Yes, I did, Mr.
Okay, we're on
President.
18.
We can get the DOT folks up here.
If we can have, oh, there they are.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl, our Chair of Transportation. You are the Chair of Transportation. That's it. The question I have regarding taxi cabs, the continuing problem with the bandit cabs, the cabs that aren't licensed, the cabs that aren't paying their fees, the cabs that don't have insurance, the cabs that are picking up the unsuspected people in Los Angeles, taking them to different destinations, the meters aren't regulated, they're getting ripped off. And I don't know what we're doing, if we're doing enough, to address the bandit taxi cabs, because the legitimate cabs who want to make this modification, which I totally support, are negatively impacted by the bandit cabs. And what are we doing to clean up that situation that seems to continue and not get enough attention or enforcement? That's my question.
Okay. Actually, I don't believe this agenda description discusses bandit cabs.
It doesn't. It discusses cabs. And as a subsection to cabs, you put bandit in front of it. So it only addresses that one issue. It's not ice cream trucks. It's taxi cabs and what they wish to do, and they're paying fees. So it's like a subsection to the taxi cab. Mr. City Attorney. So take it away and give me a quick answer so we can get you folks out of here.
Actually, it's specifically regarding restructuring and reassignment of a current franchise.
Right.
So I don't
and that
believe
franchise pays a fee. And that franchise pays a fee to the city to operate. And my question is, how do they operate and generate the business when they're impacted in a negative fashion by the taxi cabs? It's a direct connection to what the industry is trying to do. And the question is, when we have the franchise and they pay fees, and they're regulated, and then you've got these other individuals who are bleeding away from that. That's my question, and how do we address it, what they're doing about it. So I think it ties together. We could take it to Judge Pregerson if you want.
there's a tangential connection, and as it relates to this item, perhaps the DOT representative.
It might be a
could discuss
stretch,
it.
but the fact is, it's about taxi cabs and about the processing of the paperwork with the cabs, and what we're doing as a city to try and keep these folks in business so they don't get eaten up by the bandit taxi cabs. And a lot of people don't even know what bandit taxi cabs are, but those of us that know how they're ripping off the public.
Okay. May I answer?
I hope so.
Okay. Tom Drischler, Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Dion, for your cooperation.
Yes, sir. We have a bandit taxi cab enforcement program. It's a joint operation with LAPD and LADOT. It is funded through an assessment of $1 a day per taxi cab. And that program has been in effect now for 5 years. It's dramatically increased the number of arrests and impounds that we do. We're averaging about 1,150 arrests per year.
1,100 arrests, so 1,100 illegal taxi cabs.
That's correct, sir.
That we're apprehending.
And vehicles for hire, yes. Primarily, they all fall under the category of what we call bandit taxis.
Right.
And we also got legislation passed in Sacramento a few years ago to allow us to do 30-day seizures of these vehicles. So we've seized roughly about 1,000 vehicles a year for the last few years, and it's been effective. If you go to, say, Hollywood on a Friday, Saturday night, there's far fewer bandits than there used to be, and we're finding that it's a little more difficult all the time to make the arrests, but there is still a substantial number out there. There's still a lot of work to do. Unfortunately, it's a very easy line of work to get into if you want to be a bandit operator. In recent years, we've also seen folks advertising on Craigslist as bandits, and those are kind of easy pickings. But there are like professional groups that run bandit operations, and it's a continuing challenge.
So my concern is the taxi industry is paying a service fee for us to do enforcement, and while we do this item 18 and approve this, My concern is that we do what we can do so they can collect the business, give the fares to or the transportation to those that need it, and do something aggressive with the bandits that draw away from what we're trying to accomplish. And if the city attorney has a recommendation that we do some additional ordinance or legislation, so
Actually,
we keep them in business.
Again, this is only regarding this item, this restructuring. So it would be better served if the council member would draft a Rule 16 motion or a motion that could be referred to committee, but really not attached to this item.
Okay, well, the restructuring and reassignment CityCab to a new membership organization, which I don't think anyone has any problem with, but we want to make sure that they can fulfill their responsibility and we can assist with what we can do with the enforcement. So my focus is that we be aggressive with it, we do what we can do, and the chair of the committee is more than receptive to take in additional measures and motions, which I will be happy to author. I just want to make sure that we're serving the public properly and not putting the legitimate folks out of business for the bandits that are out there who are taking advantage of the public that uses the taxi industry.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. It's a very high priority for the department.
Mr. Bill?
Mr. Rosendahl.
Let me just briefly say in response to this public comment.
And Mr. Cardenas, you'll be next.
I look forward to the motion, and we'll agendize it within the committee to get these answers flushed out in a more meaningful way. Obviously, colleagues, I ask for your support. In the back of the room are a bunch of the cab drivers. If they could just stand up so people could see them. They're obviously excited about the idea of participating in this program, and I ask for an aye vote of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
Yes. To Mr. Zine's questions, perhaps an audit would get down to the bottom of all that stuff. That's what I would do. Now, when it comes to this, what's before us, I want to make sure that recently Councilmember Krikorian and I was spearheaded an opportunity to make sure that the franchises could move forward, but that we had a tremendous improvement on commitments within those franchises for the taxi cabs to be much greener and to actually move in that direction. Does this in any way interfere with that?
No, this doesn't change the terms of their franchise agreement. And we'll add that the green taxi program is moving ahead of schedule, including the implementation of vehicles by City Cab.
So basically, this is what's going on here is this is well within the authority and the right of a franchisee to actually change their internal structure, and that is allowed within the scope of these franchises, correct?
Yes, sir. As long as the structure conforms with state law, they're allowed to do that, sir.
And we have done that several times with other franchises where they've reorganized and followed the California professions and regulations.
And is there any reason for anybody to believe that this change would actually interfere with keeping it as level a playing field as possible and making sure that people are adhering to all of what, be it state laws, local ordinance, et cetera, the franchise agreement?
No, sir. This change will not affect any of those items. The biggest change will be that the drivers for City Cab will have an opportunity to become owner-operators and stakeholders in the company, just like they can in the other companies, which we think is a good thing.
Okay. So bottom line is with this change, we're seeing perhaps a better consistency throughout the city, and then when it comes to a level playing field, you don't see any interference there that's obvious to anybody.
Correct, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. No more speakers in the queue. So on this item, if we could open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay. Forthwith on that one, and at an earlier request, Mr. Alarcon wanted item 8 sent forthwith. No, item 8. Item 8 was forthwith for Mr. Alarcon. 18 from Mr. Rosendahl. Okay, let's go back to the beginning of the agenda, and I think that brings us to item 2.
Item 2, sir, called special for cards.
Okay, I have Mr. John Walsh, Matt Dowd, and Arnold Sachs on item 2. John Walsh, Matt Dowd, Arnold Sachs on item 2. Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at Hollywood Highlands, HIGHLANDS.org, or go to Walsh Confidential. There's a new post up today. It will cause a lot of trouble. This issue here is budget and finance, and these are tax liens. We are do an excellent job on tax liens. Remember, I'm fair. I'm very fair. There's only one thing I want to criticize you for. What Michael Carrion did
Mr.
was
President,
not the Nazi salute.
he is not talking about item 2, the public convenience and
Connect that
necessity.
to the item.
.org.
Okay. All right. Matt Dowd, Arnold Sachs. I do not see them. So let's prepare to vote on this item. Let us open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, forthwith, per Mr. Rosendal's request. That brings us now to what item, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, that brings us to item 20 called Special for Cards.
In fact, Mr. Krikorian, maybe we should... Well, no, let's just go on and do this now. So let me make... And what... We're item 20. The cards are stuck in the box here. Okay, on item 20, we're going to ask you guys to come up in a minute, but let's deal with the public testimony first, or public comment. Dr. Tom Williams, followed by Zumadog, followed by Arnold Sachs. Dr. Williams.
Dr. Tom Williams, LA 32 Neighborhood Council Board Member, resident of El Sereno and LA 32 for over 30 years. Now, this particular presentation is based upon a whole bunch of things, but the fundamental is that even last weekend, a lot of people spent a lot of time worrying about our budget. LA 32 Neighborhood Council people and 94 plus others every month meets for 2 to 3 hours, sometimes 4. Roughly 6,000 volunteer hours a month. The neighborhood councils provide this free. Doesn't cost the city anything. We eventually distribute monies to various neighborhood projects, but no money was spent in doing this. This is all volunteer. One of the powers of Los Angeles is that you have a large amount of resources available to review all of it, including the fire department's response times. But the city council departments choose not to participate with the public, with us, or even through the neighborhood councils to the public. So please remember that a lot of people have been helping on this particular presentation. It needs to be better. It could be better if we had more time, but we don't. So we're meeting schedules, but remember that this is all based upon volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I call the next public speaker, I haven't received the name, but we have some special visitors from one of the schools in our city. If kids, could you stand up? Our special visitors, and you're from what school? Where is it located? Anyway, let's give them a round of applause. World Academy, located on South Catalina and you're in my district. Welcome. Okay, next we have Mr. Walsh and Mr. McQuiston. And we had Zuma Dog and Arnold Sachs as well. Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Check out the new post. It's right up here. Neighborhood councils don't cut their money. Neighborhood councils, and I've gone to the meetings, the number one issue with neighborhood councils is what? The First Amendment? No. It's crime. It's crime. And you have cut the neighborhood councils. And I want to speak to every person in China, all 1.5 billion of you. 2 of your citizens were murdered here this morning in L.A. 2 of them. They were shot dead by gangs at USC. They were engineering students. This council disrespects you by not even mentioning it.
Mr. President, he's not talking about this item.
They're trying to
But stay on the item, John. Mr. Walsh.
It's about crime and neighborhood councils. That's what I'm speaking about. These people up here are garbage. You have 2 dead Chinese people, and they don't give a damn. And if you want to arrest me for standing up for 1.5 billion,
We are not going to arrest you. We are not going to arrest you. That I can promise you. Okay, now, Jim McQuiston. Come on, Mr. Walsh. Quit disrupting the the council meeting. Good to see you, Mr. McQuiston.
Thank you. Jim McQuiston. Neighborhood councils are starting to participate in city government, and that's good. As you know, I'm a great fan of trying to get neighborhood councils into city government so that we get some benefit out of the system. Some of the 21 articles I think we all have looked at many, many times, and we're all very cognizant of these things, and sometimes we already have these in place. What we need is specifics. We don't need generalities. This 21s are generalities. That's the first step. And I'm hoping that the people who have gotten this up are going to start looking at specifics so we can get somewhere. As you know, I have presented many times that we don't need to scrape the bottom of the barrel. There are other ways. You know, I've mentioned the $600 million that we could get if we got off the dime, and I'm still holding that in abeyance.
Thank you, Mr. McQuiston. Zuma Dog, Arnold Sachs, Matt Dowd. Zuma Dog, Arnold Sachs, Matt Dowd, they're not here. I do have members on the queue. Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Krikorian. Well, let's go to Mr. Buscaino, and then we'll...
Yes.
And if we could have you guys come forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. Anyone here from the CAO's office that can come to the table? I'm just going to be very brief. I'd like to commend the Neighborhood Council budget advocates for putting together these recommendations for upcoming fiscal year 2012-2013. And all I ask that a report back from the CAO's office on review on all these suggestions that were made by the Neighborhood Council budget advocates. That's something that's feasible?
Sure.
That's my only request in this item.
Thank you. Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just wanted to briefly introduce this matter. As all of my colleagues know, over the last 10 years, the Neighborhood Council movement has blossomed from 0 to now 95 neighborhood councils representing every part of Los Angeles. And a very important reason for the vibrancy of the Neighborhood Council movement has been both the commitment of the volunteers that are exemplified by the people that you see before you today, but also the very real and important role that neighborhood councils have in setting the priorities for communities in our city. And as we face our greatest budget challenge probably ever in our lifetimes in this city, it's especially appropriate that we look to the neighborhood councils for their input and suggestions on what should be the budget priorities that impact each of their respective communities. What are the ideas that we might consider for enhancing revenues, for creating greater efficiencies, for reducing expenditures where necessary. And so in that regard, the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates have put together an extensive report entitled A Culture of Excellence, and I'm very pleased to be able to invite them to present on that report, and I'm sure that it will be of significant benefit for us as we continue to weigh all of the difficult options that are before us in the budget process. And if I might say, too, this is an example of the degree of contribution that the neighborhood councils make to our city, because the amount of work that goes into a project like this, all performed by volunteers, all performed with commitment and with diligence and with passion, is an example of the kind of work that the neighborhood councils do throughout the year, and I think you'll see that borne out in the report that they're presenting today.
Thank you, Councilmember Krikorian. Honorable President, Council President Wesson, honorable council members, staff, members of the public. My name is Heinrich Kiefer. I'm honored to come before you to be part of the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates presentation. Like last year, again, many of the budget advocates, advocate team consisting of 29 members has met with various departments, bureaus, labor groups representing city's management, prime workforce, and labor units. As you may already know, Neighborhood Council budget advocates are elected by a group chosen by Neighborhood Council representatives. These are chosen by the governing bodies of each council, each of the 95 councils, and/or they're appointed by the president of the council. For the 2012-13 cycle, this year's budget group were elected to the position of Neighborhood Council budget advocates in their respective region on October 29, 2011. We have met, discussed our history of involvement in this budget process over the years, decided this year again to establish specific committees to target our attention. Out of those committees, we've met with departments, bureaus, budget staff, mayor's staff, researched other potential sources of solution, including what has been done in other cities, and we've compiled what we believe to be a list of solid budget and management recommendations that the city can and should implement. Our intent today is not to go through all 33 pages of the white paper, but rather to focus on only 3 or 4 of the items. And those will be found on pages 4 and 5 of the paper in front of you. We will be covering item 2, developing a 5-year strategic and operational financial plan. Item 3, controlling employee costs. Item 7, implementing performance-based budgeting. And also we'd like to share with you on page 29 a summary of this year's budget survey results. And before we begin our dialogue, I want to have our members of our panel provide a self-introduction with their counsel, and please state your name.
I'm Vera Del Pozo. I am Vera Del Pozo, Boyle Heights Neighborhood Council. I am the treasurer, and I am the parliamentarian for this board.
My name is Ed Novi. I'm from Solon-Tahunga Neighborhood Council. I also sit as the treasurer of the McGroarty Arts Center. I'm here for Arts for LA. And thank you, Paul, for your wonderful description of the MCs.
Once again, Heinrich Kiefer, representing the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council.
I'm Jack Humphreyville from the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. I'm also the chair of the DWP committee.
I'm Joanne Yavanik Garb, West Hills Neighborhood Council.
and I'm the South Valley Budget Advocate.
Now for the first presenter, I'll turn it over to Jack Humphreyville from Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council.
The budget advocates recommend promoting sustainability by requiring the city to develop a 5-year strategic, operational, and financial plan mandating multi-year balanced budgets based on generally accepted accounting principles and that provide for full funding of our infrastructure and pensions. The city has thoroughly demonstrated that it is unable to live within its means as it confronts a $222 million budget deficit next year, and that's based on overly optimistic revenue assumptions. The so-called balanced budget is hardly balanced. Civilian raises and bank police overtime are not expensed, but they have been earned. The budget does not provide for the repair and maintenance of our infrastructure, such as our lunar cratered streets, the second worst in the country, I might add, our sidewalks and curbs, our parks, and our Stone Age computer systems. Our 2 pension plans are only 73% funded, with a shortfall approaching $10 billion, and that is based on overly optimistic investment returns. And pension contributions are lowered by all sorts of games played with the assumptions. And personal expense, salaries, medical benefits are also out of control, increasing over the next 4 years by more than $325 million, more than the increase in general fund revenues. The city's very solvency is in question, as the CAO is projecting a 4-year budget deficit of almost $1.4 billion. And again, that is based on a number of optimistic scenarios. And that is why we need a Live Within Your Means charter amendment that mandates the city develop and adhere to a 5-year financial plan that calls for multi-year balanced budgets based on generally accepted accounting principles, that funds the repair and maintenance of our infrastructure, our failing infrastructure over the next 10 years, that reins in the out-of-control increases in salaries, benefits, and pensions, and that requires designated funding to cover any increases in spending, such as wage and benefits, or decreases in revenues, such as the repeal of the gross receipts tax on businesses. The Neighborhood Council budget advocates and representatives, all over 100 of us, look forward to working with the City Council and the Mayor in putting this fiscally responsible ballot measure, charter amendment, on the March ballot. Thank you very much.
And now we want to go to Ed Novi for controlling employee costs.
Good morning. Like last year, controlling employee costs is the elephant in the room that is crushing our city services. We need reform now. The mayor knows it, all of you know it, and the public knows it. Through the budget survey, we were able to gain a very good knowledge of where things are with our communities. As an example, 63% of the participants in the budget survey all endorsed pension reform. The pension reform needs to be comprehensive. It can't just be simply moving the retirement age to 67, raising costs, employment contributions. Again, it needs to be comprehensive. The reform should consist of increasing the age of retirement. It should also include higher employee contributions. It should have higher contributions by retirees. It should establish a new tier for future employees. Retirement salary should be based on a 5-year average. There should be a capping of employee benefits. There should be an establishment of defined contribution plans for higher wage employees within the city, and there should be an elimination of double dipping. The budget survey also took key points from the public, one being that they endorse increased employee contributions to health care costs. Another is that the public endorses the freezing of salaries of city employees at the current level until the city's financial health is restored. This is absolutely key. The public endorses the freezing of salaries of city employees at the current level until the city's financial health is restored. The budget advocates, we don't claim to have all the answers. We did a lot of research. We also know the City Council doesn't have all the answers, neither does the mayor. And when it comes to pension reform, one of the simplest ideas is that a commission on pension reform starts now. I know Mr. Garcetti and I have spoke about this in the past, It's a brilliant idea. We've kind of dithered around for the last year. We need to get this going so that the outside public sees what we need to do to move forward. The pensions are crushing city services. We need to do something now. Please set up a pension reform commission. In conclusion, the city can't afford increases in the personal costs that we're seeing right now. This is outstripping the overall city's financial health, and we need to do something now. It's now my pleasure to pass over to my colleague Joanne, who will speak about performance-based budgeting. Thank you.
The budget advocates recommend that the city implement performance-based budgeting, which will assist each department in providing better service by allowing it to allocate its scarce resources on a more efficient basis. Interestingly, 71% of the participants in the mayor's budget survey endorsed the performance-based budgeting process, as does the city administrative officer in his report of April 6th. Many other states, counties, cities, and municipalities have had great success with this method of budgeting. We don't even have to reinvent the wheel. There are many examples of how to implement the process for all departments. How does this system work? Performance-based budgeting is a customer-based, performance-driven, results-oriented budget system. Performance-based budgeting is characterized by explicitly focusing on the outcomes, as well as evaluation of programs by measuring the relationship between resources and results. It helps assess performance of a program in terms of its effectiveness and efficiency. Enhanced efficiency provides savings that can be reallocated to enhance program delivery or add new services. Unlike the traditional line item budget system that allocates resources based on organizational units and line item expenses, performance-based budgeting allocates resources based on service performance. Planned and actual performance is measured in terms of service effectiveness and efficiency. With this much needed information, the budgetary system is capable of providing a data-driven mechanism to allow the city to prioritize services and allocate funding on the basis of in-depth programmatic and financial analysis. We can quantify the effectiveness and efficiencies of our city departments. However, in order for performance-based budgeting to be effective, there needs to be strong, competent management teams that have access to accurate and timely data generated by up-to-date management information systems. And furthermore, these departmental management teams need to be held accountable. This may require an experienced chief operating officer to oversee the city's many operating departments to ensure that the increasing doubtful citizens of Los Angeles are getting the bang for their buck they deserve. And to quote our good friend Councilman Parks, that no matter the budgeting system used, its ongoing success is dependent on a strong, observant, diligent executive who will ensure that GMs propose and meet their goals, or who will replace them with new GMs who will. Thank you for your consideration.
And now let's go to our Boyle Heights representative, Vera Del Pozo, for some brief remarks about this year's budget survey conclusions, and they are found on page 29 of your handout.
Yes. In conclusion to the last two speakers in talking about the results of the budget survey, I compiled a one-page summary. I don't know if you want to turn to page 29 and look at it, but we noticed two main things that came from this. The South region, their priority was economic development and private sector job creation, as well as livable neighborhoods, which was also for the eastern region. This was very much in difference to the rest of the city that had police, fire, and economic development. So if you can please note that, and please take our issues seriously. We did work on this very hard. Thank you.
Before we go to your remarks, I do want to say that we do intend on working very closely with the Budget and Finance Committee, and hopefully many of you around the horseshoe on issues that are, let's say, sore issues that you feel you may not be able to support. I know that the CAO, I know that both the former Budget and Finance Committee Chairman Parks and Chairman Krikorian are going to be going up a tough road. It's going to be a lot of issues, and it'll be hard for everyone to digest. So we hope we can work together to solve this problem. And now we want to open it up, Mr. Council President, for questions.
Thank you. In fact, just thank all of you for all of your hard work. And at this point, I'd like to call on Council Member Garcetti.
Thank you, and thank you, colleagues, if I may say so, for this presentation and what you put forward here, and laying out for us some of the important work that still remains to be done. I think Ed and I have talked about this. I'm proud of this council of actually having done, when I compare myself to my peer cities, much more on pension reform than most places. But even if we've done 60 or 70%, the last 30 or 40% is going to be doubly painful from the first piece. And while we've done some things for the future that a council, a generation from now, will look back and thank us for, with new employees, that doesn't have as much of an impact on our short-term needs as well as we look at the next 5 years. A couple of questions I have, and first of all, I just want to say to your presentation, Ed, and we've talked about this before, I think a pension reform commission is a great idea. I think it is something which, if we bring together management, labor, I mean, my experience behind closed doors was Los Angeles took a different pathway than a Wisconsin, where, you know, if you demonize people first and then try to negotiate with them after, you actually get a lot less than if you sit down with people and say, look, I respect you, but these numbers don't lie. How are we going to get there? And we're going to come back here every single day until we grind this out, as we did with our labor partners. It doesn't mean the work's done. But as we look at a couple of the things here, the one thing that I'd like to ask you about, doing a 5-year budget plan, which has come up time and time again and is attractive in many ways, attractive to me as kind of a longer-term thinker. But at the same time, if we had a 5-year budget, let's say that we put together in 2007, there would have been assumptions embedded in that would have gone off the cliff in 2008. We can't always anticipate the strong downturns. And so what do we do? Because it might not have said anything different on the labor contracts, for instance. It would have had a reasonable rate of increase, looking at what our economy has been doing, not necessarily seeing the storm clouds ahead of time, whereas a 1 or 2 year budget is much more nimble to be able to change. Now, it's not saying that a 5-year strategic budget couldn't, and every year we'd still have to come here and still pass a budget. I think that's under the charter, so you couldn't get rid of that. But why don't you walk me through why you think the advantages of a 5-year plan, in terms of also the upturns and the downturns of the economy, wouldn't hamper us, you know, like basically handcuff us from what we would need to do year to year?
Let's go to Jack Humperville for an answer on that question.
Well, I think the first thing that a budget process, a 5-year financial, strategic, and operating plan would do is it would force you to look at the issues and the sensitivities of these various issues. I think it would make, you know, for example, let's talk about the infrastructure. In 2008, Bill Robertson and his team came up with a plan to fix our streets to get them to an economically sustainable level. Mm-hmm. That would have taken X number of dollars. It never saw the light of day.
This was the $1 billion
This is the
bond.
$284 million a year for the next 10 years, or $1.9 billion right up front.
Right.
But it would have made you address the actual issue of our infrastructure, the issue of our sidewalks, and all these various issues, as opposed to kicking them down the street. Mm-hmm. Or I guess we kick them down the road here.
Right, exactly.
You know, as opposed to
down the potholed street, we say.
Lunar crater streets.
Right.
Thank you very much. But I think what it does is it forces people to understand what the sensitivities are and what the issues are as you're going forward. I think working on a 1-year budget that you guys have been doing is just, you know, you avoid issues. It's the gimmicks. It's playing with the police overtime. It's deferring, it's deferring the civilian wages. It's one trick after another. It's changing the medical inflation assumptions in the pensions like we did this year. So there's all sorts of gamesmanship going on. But by having a 5-year plan, you're able to focus in on what are the real issues that you're going to have to face. And one of them, you know, for example, I'll go back to the infrastructure or the potholes. Potholes are probably the most expensive thing that you have going, because when a pothole goes from 1 by 1 by 1, or 1 cubic foot, and it goes to 2 by 2 by 2, that's just not an arithmetic thing. It's a geometric explosion, as you have 8 cubic feet to fill. That's very, very expensive. So I think what it does is it forces the mayor, the city council, to focus in on the issues that are going to be facing, the financial issues that are going to be facing the city. It's as simple as that.
Two other quick questions, and my time's up. One, also, you didn't talk about it, but I've been very passionate about municipal marketing for a long time. I brought a USC class in under Mayor Hahn, actually, to show where we could extract greater revenues by using some of our facilities and figuring out ways to have partnerships with businesses to get revenue in tough times. And I appreciate that you put that in there. So if there's anything else you wanted to expand on that, be interested. And then second, to the one-year gimmicks. Last year, we kind of beat back the idea of
wrap it up, Mr.
one time, P3 with our garages. We hear rumors of that coming back again. Did you all consider that, and what is your opinion of that?
Let me hit the issue of the parking. The issue last year, the parking, was the actual sale, or I'll call it a sale, long-term lease of the parking garages, and using selling capital expenses to pay operating expenses, which I think is physically foolish. Right now, the city has an RFP out now for the operation, not the sale, the operation of the garages, which was allowed, the labor side of that was permitted pursuant to the ERIP. So I think, in terms of public-private partnerships, I think that would be a very interesting one. I think it should be expanded to maybe rec and parks, to all sorts of other issues that people may be able to save money and do them more efficiently and allow us to provide better services for the city. What was your second question?
It was
first question. I guess.
The municipal marketing.
Well, actually, there was an article in Forbes about the traffic safety system that the city has put into place. They've spent a bunch of hours. That's real high-tech stuff. And then you read the same, about a week later or a week earlier in the New York Times, it talked about IBM developing this huge, massive system for Rio de Janeiro in terms of how to manage the city. We've already done some of that. Giving it to San Jose or somebody for $75,000, that's chump change. We ought to go out to work with somebody like IBM and take our technical talent and our know-how and let them pay us, millions of dollars. That's just one idea. I forget what it's called.
It's like sponsorships of parks and things like that.
I hadn't thought of that,
Yeah.
Yes.
More questions.
Oh, okay. And Mr. Labange, you want more? We'll give you more. Mr.
Thank
Labange.
you. We each come from different parts of the city that has an age to it. I remember Mr. Smith, the fine councilman of the 12th District, after the 2005-2007 rainy season, I asked him, man, we got whipped in the Hollywood Hills and in parts of the Silver Lake area. How'd you do out in the West Valley? And he said it worked because they were developed post-1960 in many ways. The infrastructure was there. Our infrastructure is our biggest challenge. We used to have a capital improvements book, which had capital improvements that listed on there. Then Mayor Reardon thought it was not a concept that he believed in, and it became a different way that we function for our capital improvements that we did in the prior time as we look at these issues. I'm looking at Jerry Miller, who's the CLA, who is very effective in all municipal properties. That's one of the challenges that we have. When do you have money to make it a home improvement? When you got the money. Right now, when you have money to do anything, when you can afford to do it. How do we do it? There's criticism from the table. A 5-year. We're looking at real time. We're not a business. We're in the business of helping people. And that's what government's trying to do. And as we've aged, our biggest challenge is how we bring up and change. We're putting through a river supply conduit, replacing a 70-year-old pipe, and it has impacts on the neighborhood. It is being funded properly, but at the same time, the challenge is in the neighborhoods as we impact is a built area. I would love to see us pave more streets and go in a way, but that is more effective. But we're also waiting in the Wilshire area because West Los Angeles was slow in accepting the recommended bus rapid transit, which put us all in a backward position. So these are some of the challenges that we face every day. And you're very committed to our city, which I appreciate as individuals, and you may have ideas that we could look at that we could try to implement and help. But my biggest challenge after doing this for 37 and a half years, which I'm proud of every day that I've worked here, is it is a balance to try to push forward and grab when you can, because it is a real motion. It's not something that you could look at as a farmer. Every season, seeds to sow those fields. We have different concepts and challenges at every day. So I'm going to look at this in detail, But thank you for your activity.
Mr. Labange, I just want to bring up the fact that about 2 months ago, I hit a pothole on Van Nuys Boulevard just above the freeway, the 101 freeway. It cost us $2,200 to fix my car.
Do you know what speed you were going at the time?
About 10 miles an hour because the light had just turned green.
Well, that's a very unfortunate. Water and weight is our biggest challenge now on our roadway system. In the Wilshire area in particular, the weight of the buses in the water do deteriorate that. I'm sorry that you had that experience with your car.
And I'm not even going to ask the city to reimburse us.
Very good. But if you want to, you go to the claims department of the city clerk's office, they'll look at it. If we knew about the pothole, we may complete the claim. If it wasn't reported.
Mr. Labange, you're over.
Thank you.
I'd like to call on Councilmember Rosendahl at this time.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all very much for your hard work and what you've been doing over the years on this whole budget thing. Obviously, I look forward to your response when the mayor puts out his budget, which we have not seen, you have not seen, so we can't react until we see it. So that, to me, is a critical part of a discussion we need to have at a certain point, number one. Number two, many of you do know historically I've questioned pensions and health care. I come from the private sector. But at the same time, I do not want to destroy the safety net that city workers have earned. Health care is a big issue. It's a national issue, you know. We have terrible leadership on health care issues. And the costs are out of control. Insurance companies do not cover it. They take your money and then they only cover certain things. So I'm outraged by even the thought of insurance companies being enhanced more with Obamacare. I just think that the health care is a national issue. Our priorities on a national level have to change. And the government of Los Angeles should not be only the place where the rubber hits the road. Believe me, I deal with homelessness in my district and I'm totally incensed that the support services are not connected. Our city is doing absolutely everything it can do on every level, but the resources our city get have dramatically decreased in the last period of years. I've always been for a multi-year budget process. We do that in the private sector too, and we need to get focused on that going forward. So just in one reflective comment, I thank you for your work, but I look forward to the mayor's budget. I'm just curious about the partnerships. I'm big on public-private partnerships. I see this as part of the solution. We're creating them in my district to fund various projects, to fund various situations. So the more we can bring in the public-private partnership, obviously, the more effective we're going to be when we have limited funds. That is a serious reality we need to do. I'd just like to know what your core services definition is, other than the obvious we all know. Police and fire, 70% of the budget, and then the rest, unfortunately, are toward between stuff like the parks, the libraries, the street services, all these other things. So we're trying to focus on core services. So what do we do for revenue enhancements so we can bring in more money as a city to function properly so we can provide basic services, which every day get cut back because we don't have the revenue streams from the county, the state, and the federal government? Whoever wants to stab at it, go for it.
I'd like to respond. You know, municipal marketing, the branding, the naming is an opportunity to get some funding. Also, on the issue of public-private partnerships, the new department within the Department of Rec and Parks, they have a partnerships division, has brought in some funding through a nonprofit source to actually come into some park space and provide basketball court paving. I also understand that U.S. Tennis Association has come in to do some tennis court improvement within the city. You know, those are two examples. I tell you, we sat and talked with Vicky Israel and one of her chief guys, and they said, you know, they really need as much support as they can so they can go out and bring more of this in. This is a way to do more with less. And I hate to say on the benefit side that we really need to start looking at how we hire and how many positions we have, but I can't help but say that I think the CAO and the mayor will agree that we can keep our benefits at a certain level, but we just can't afford as many positions. So we have to make a tough choice can we do more with less? And realizing, this is a long story, realizing that we are down almost 5,000 positions in the last 4 years within the city of Los Angeles. A tremendous amount of positions have been reduced, but from what I'm hearing from the CAO, we have to continue down that road.
Well, I might also add that the two things is that people are taking furlough days, and some of them, people like me, I don't take off, but I just make less money on it, but we're all figuring out ways to cut budgets. Just an anecdotal story, I put on a whole bunch of new lights at our tennis courts in Westchester, and that was a private sector, government sector, cooperative effort.
Mr. Rosendahl.
That was incredible, and that shows that public-private partnerships work. Look forward to your response after the mayor's budget comes out. Thank you.
Other comments?
Thank you. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. First, I want to thank you for your hard work, and the Neighborhood Council and all the volunteers throughout the city. In my district, we have some very strong and folks who are working from the heart that are truly concerned about their neighborhoods, and for that I thank you. But I also have, and I'm looking at this now, a culture of excellence, which is, I'll be reading page by page. But as I've been glancing through it, it echoes back to an issue that I raised maybe 6 years ago. And it was a study conducted by USC that spoke to the question, who are we listening to in the neighborhood councils? And they did an amazing job in breaking down who was actually participating in neighborhood councils. And the makeup and the voices and the concerns did not seem to reflect the makeup of the city. So you look at the percentage of Latinos living in the city, it didn't show in the leadership or in the makeup of the neighborhood council bodies. We look at the numbers of Asians, it didn't show there either. And it went through that whole process of analytically assessing whose priorities are we listening to. So when I look at this report, and I went through your executive summary and some of your chapters, I was trying to see how we are going to improve access to the voices that are not typically involved in these processes, especially when you have communities who are restricted because they're working 2 jobs, because they are taking their families' issues in a survival mode. They're living on subsistence. So where do their priorities come up? How are their voices heard? And how do these changes that you're promoting allow that body of voices and concerns to emerge within this democratic process? So I'm not taking away, I'm not in any way lessening the value of your work. I'm trying to look at this international city and how do we continue to promote the ability for access and listening to what is unique, what is culturally diverse in an international city, the second largest city in this country, an international link to the Pacific, South Pacific, to Central America, South America, Mexico, Canada. I mean, these are very real, valuable linkages that we should be enhancing, that should come up from the neighborhood on up. So I thank you for your work, and I just want to see how it falls in this report.
Mr. Reyes, if you would have seen the 28 budget advocates, you would have seen a melting pot throughout the whole city. Okay, we had Latinos, we had Asians. We didn't have it. We had everybody. We even had some white guys here. So
no.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
Anyway, but and this was just the 28 people. If you came to the budget summit that we had on October 29th, the mayor's budget day, you would have seen another melting pot of everybody from the city. There was 2 representatives from each neighborhood council. One of the biggest problems that we have is the outreach and trying to develop an outreach. I'm fortunate. I'm a stay-at-home mom, so I have the time to come down here and, well, my kids are at school. So I can do this and give a lot more time for the benefit of the people who do work the 2 jobs and who are struggling. We keep that in mind at every meeting that we go to. So it's something that is very conscious to all of us.
Let me also say that as the son of a Cuban-born mother and a grandfather, I guess, from Germany, I didn't get too much culture on my father's side, but my mother was born in Cuba, but the linkage in the family goes back to Armenia. I have plenty of uncles and aunts that try to keep the culture of Armenian culture alive. But I was born here in Los Angeles, General Hospital, so what can I say? I know I do, in my community of Highland Park, reach out to our Hispanic community. We have a tremendous Hispanic community. We work with the business group under the leadership of Jesse Rosas, a devout candidate for CD1, as you all know, and others. And, you know, we do what we can. The greatest thing here is that the council system is engaging neighborhood councils and individuals. I outreach to the Filipino community first Sunday. We do what we can do. We can do more, yes, and we should. And we had actually Asian put our website together last year, and Robert Kim, excellent job. He's going to school. He didn't have the time to put in. Do you, Vera?
In Boyle Heights, we did extensive outreach. We have a farmers market that we have the surveys there for people to complete. We have different organizations, coalitions, our CPAB, and those surveys went out to all those organizations, including every other nonprofit that's part of the organizations within those, and sent those results, and those are the results that we added in as a neighborhood council. So we did a tremendous outreach in our area.
You have 400 women.
I think your point is well taken, Councilman. And coming from Sunland to Hunga, probably one of the most activist neighborhood councils in the entire city. I think Paul can testify to that, and Mr. Alarcon will soon testify to that. What you don't perhaps realize is that we all are striving to increase our outreach at our neighborhood councils. And it's a two-way street. We actually anticipate and hope that we get direction from you to pass back to our neighborhood councils and our stakeholders on what you're thinking. We already know you operate through your council offices to get information to neighborhood councils, but here's also your opportunity to talk to us, because we go back to our neighborhood councils to discuss the financial health of the city, which is a totally different spiel than you normally see at a neighborhood council meeting. Quite often your audiences are totally bored about budget matters. And so how do we engage those? We look to all of you in the horseshoe to kind of help us, to mentor us, so that we're able to better communicate with our NCs.
Thank you. Again, good job. Thank you for your hard work. There are no other speakers in the queue. Let us prepare to vote. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, we'll note and file that item. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 21, called Special for Cards.
Oh, okay, on item 21, I have Mr. Zumadog, Arnold Sachs, Matt Dowd, John Walsh. So if you guys could please, Bill, Ed, Joe, Paul, help clear the way so that we can continue with our meeting, and Mr. Walsh needs to speak, so
Not in a hurry.
if you guys could
You're gonna rule me out of order anyway.
take these conversations to the side of the horseshoe. Mr. Walsh.
John
All right,
Walsh,
Mr. Walsh.
blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. This concerns rent escrow account program. I see one of these REAPs is near USC. We are asking the City Council to post a $1 million reward for arrest and conviction of the 2 Chinese national students who were murdered this morning, USA students.
Okay,
We're
Mr.
asking
Walsh.
for that now.
Stay on the subject. You're not going to be arrested. Just stay on the subject.
Calling for it. The mayor doesn't give a damn about the Chinese.
Mr. Matt Dowd, Arnold Sachs, Zuma Dog, they're not here. Let's prepare to vote on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote. Next item,
14
Mr.
ayes.
Clerk. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. What was it? The tally?
14 ayes.
Good. What's the next item?
Mr. President, that brings us to item 22, called Special for Councilmember Zine, I believe. There is amending motion 22A, Zine Reyes, that has been circulated and is now before you.
Mr. Reyes? Mr. Zine?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like to have it approved with the amending motion on 22. Thank you.
All right. Are there cards on that item?
Mr. President, I do believe there are.
Zuma Dog and Mr. John Walsh. Okay. Let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Clerk, where does that bring us?
Item 25, called Special for Cards.
Mr. Zuma Dog and John Walsh. I've been informed you have 1 minute.
I'm lucky if I have 1 minute to live, the way I talk. HollywoodHighlands.org. Come for our new post. This concerns redevelopment money. You know, 41 years ago, I got in front of the Berkeley redevelopment project, and I said, I'm going to devote my entire life to eliminating you. Yeah, I was in my 20s then, and I got to see it, and we did eliminate the CRA. So I'm not here to play with myself, okay? I'm here to get justice. And this money here, this redevelopment money, is the end of redevelopment money. HollywoodHighlands.org. We are asking you, special motion, put it on right now, $1 million for the arrest and conviction of the 2 Chinese twin students who were killed at USC this morning.
Okay, Mr. Walsh,
by the
thank
gang.
you. Okay, on this, yes, Mr. Zine.
22 forthwith, please.
22, forthwith. Open the roll.
All right.
Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
And then it was a request, Mr. Clerk, for 22 to go forthwith. Mr.
Very good, sir.
Garcetti, it's my understanding that you wanted to ask for reconsideration on an item so that we could allow a gentleman to speak.
Yes, just if we could on item 24 for a single card public comment, we could reconsider item 24, please.
Okay, so the first vote is on reconsideration. If we could open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, now that item is before us, and I have a card from the UTLA, Warren Fletcher. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate the time to be able to address the council. My name is Warren Fletcher, and I am I'm a high school English teacher in LA Unified School District, and I'm currently serving as the president of United Teachers Los Angeles. And the reason I came here is to speak on behalf of my organization regarding an item that was on your consent agenda, which is item 24. Item 24 involves the currently pending court case called Doe versus Dacey. And regarding that case, UTLA has some very serious concerns. Now, we are certainly not asking the City Council to withdraw its thanks to the good people at Kirkland and Ellis. And it's understood that this motion is very much a mechanical, sort of a ministerial motion. But the court case itself is very important to UTLA, and I appreciate the opportunity to share that with you. UTLA represents 36,000 teachers in health and human services in Los Angeles, health and human services professionals in Los Angeles. The reason that the case is so important to us is it is about teacher evaluation and teacher quality. It is UTLA's position that the very best educators need to be in the classroom every day, and we're working very hard to make sure we have a system that guarantees that. However, the court case on which the City Council acted this morning, Doe versus Dacey, it addresses the issue of teacher evaluation, and it does so in a way that is very troubling. And we wish to share that with you. Historically, the issue of teacher quality and teacher evaluation has been something that's been decided by school boards and superintendents in consultation with their teacher unions. The premise of Doe versus Dacey is that this should not be the case. The premise of Doe versus Dacey is that the systems and methods for teacher evaluation should be taken out of the hands of elected leaders, such as our school board, and should be dictated by the policy preferences of, in this case, the plaintiffs in the case who are
Continue.
May I finish? Who are neither the plaintiffs in the case who are neither professional educators nor elected leaders. UTLA respectfully asks that prior to the City of Los Angeles taking a position on this important court case, and prior to this City Council as the legislative voice of the people of Los Angeles, prior to taking that position, we respectfully ask that you review the matter and that you allow us to meet with you on an individual basis as members of the Council so we can educate you on both the intended consequences that are brought forth by the petitioners, but also the unintended consequences that we believe could harm education for every child in Los Angeles. And I thank you very much for your time.
Okay, I thank you, and I saw you in the audience and wondered, specifically why you were here. So when you come back to visit us again and we vote on an item on the consent calendar or what have you, if you would request sooner of us, I would have quickly reconsidered this and afforded you the opportunity.
And on behalf of our members, and I would say I and we are very grateful for that.
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to clarify for the moment, as I think you expressed, that the function of this motion, as I understand it, was simply to express gratitude to the law firm and to permit the mayor to move forward with what the mayor was doing on the amicus action. But the council itself has not taken a position either on the case or the underlying policy, as I understand. And maybe Mr. Huizar might want to speak to that too. But that was my understanding, that there was no declaration of support for the underlying policy contained in this by the council.
Sorry. We're very grateful for that clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Mr. City Attorney, you're suggesting that since this was sent forthwith, that we have to suspend the rules to reconsider this item?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's have a vote right now to suspend the rules. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, now we'll have a vote to reconsider the item. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Now we will actually vote on the item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, I'm cool, I'm all right, I did it the right way. You guys should have told me earlier. Okay, thank you. Okay, that brings us where?
Mr. President, that brings us to item 31. Item 31 is scheduled for closed session.
Okay, if we could clear... No, of course you can.
If I can make a quick introduction right now.
Then hurry up.
Sky, the great San Pedro councilman. Here we have the great Maury Wills from the Los Angeles Dodgers.
You don't have to make a... he's known by all.
Number 30 in the program, number 1 in our hearts. Fastest guy, 104 bases. All right, let's give Maury a big hand again.
Welcome, Mr. Wills. And sergeants, if we could clear the chambers so that we can move to item 31, which is a closed session item. And we need only the people that are supposed to be dealing with this. Mr. Reyes?
think it's wrong how people discriminate against others just because of the way they prefer people, as in gays or just their skin color. It's wrong, and something needs to be done. A hate crime is any criminal act directed against a person based on the victim's actual or perceived nationality, religion, sexual orientation, disability, gender, and especially race. Examples of hate crimes include acts which result in injury even if the injury is slight, threats of violence that look like they can be carried out, acts which result in property damage, any criminal act or attempted criminal act, including property damage directed against public or private agencies.
The suspect can spend up to 1 year in jail, and if it's a felony, it could either be between 2 and 4 years for a prison sentence.
If you believe a hate crime has occurred or will occur, you are very much encouraged to contact the Los Angeles Police Department or the We Tip hotline. Public cooperation is often essential in solving hate crimes. We Tip hotline, 909-987-5005.
never had a traffic accident like this before, where a teenager has decided to run from the police and been struck by a motor vehicle.
5859 KF 5060, watch 3. 5060,
Curfew laws restrict the right of juveniles to be outdoors or in the public places after 10 p.m. until sunrise the next day. Such laws aim to establish a safer community and to better protect people from becoming victims of crimes or becoming involved in a crime. Most people don't agree with our curfew laws and would rather run the risk of being picked up by the police and ticketed for violation of curfew. However, they are more likely to run into the many real dangers that face us every time we go out at night.
We found that kids out so late are normally caught up in violence, traffic accidents, and that's no good. Some of these kids still they're not aware of the law, and they're not educated on it.
Drinking, drugs, sexual predators, and gang-related activities are only few of the dangers we face regardless of how young or old you are. If you are under the age of 18, this law applies to you. What happens if you are caught? You will be taken to the station where the ticket is written out to you and your parent or guardian are called to pick you up. If your parent cannot pick you up, you will be placed into a protective custody or sent to a juvenile facility.
Guardian at something like an event such as Cabrillo Beach.
The guardian is not just someone appointed to by the parents. The guardian is someone appointed by the courts.
You can legally stay out late if you are participating in a religious, educational, or political activity, accompanied by a parent or guardian, going to or from their place of employment, responding to some type of emergency, returning home from school, cultural, or recreation activity.
And that's our message, is not only enforcing the curfew violation, but also educating them that they need to stay home and stay safe.
The curfew laws are not just here to protect us, they are here to protect the safety of everyone in our community.
property theft has spiked in the area the past year due to easy access for thieves. Almost 80% of car theft occurs because of unlocked doors. Locking your doors takes a matter of seconds and can become so routine that you may forget whether you locked your doors or not. But it's worth the effort to double check. The more successful thieves are at taking items out of a car, the more chances they are going to come back to that area. Don't let our town be that area. One simple precaution is to hide or cover any valuable items when leaving your car unattended. Simple actions like these can prevent you from becoming a victim of property theft. The Los Angeles Police Department would like you to remember, lock it or lose it.
investigating a series of bizarre and disturbing attacks that have left children in cities from coast to coast injured and fearing for their safety. As Global's Anna Gabauer tells us, the young victims were targeted simply because of the color of their hair.
Say better and more. We begin with an Eyewitness News exclusive disturbing video of a gay man being beaten in Queens.
The individual was attacked simply for his orientation, and we're just not going to tolerate it.
The word hate is just unexcusable. It's a word that shouldn't be used, and to hate somebody for the color of their skin is just not right.
It creates fear among all of the community members.
I think it's wrong how people discriminate against others just because of the way they prefer people, as in gays or just their skin color. It's wrong, and something needs to be done. A hate crime is any criminal act directed against a person based on the victim's actual or perceived nationality, religion, sexual orientation, disability, gender, and especially race. Examples of hate crimes include acts which result in injury even if the injury is slight, threats of violence that look like they can be carried out, acts which result in property damage, any criminal act or attempted criminal act, including property damage directed against public or private agencies.
A suspect can spend up to 1 year in jail, and if it's a felony, it could either be between 2 and 4 years for a prison sentence.
If you believe a hate crime has occurred or will occur, you are very much encouraged to contact the Los Angeles Police Department or the We Tip hotline. Public cooperation is often essential in solving hate crimes. We Tip hotline, 909-987-5005.
like this before, where a teenager has decided to run from the police and been struck by a motor vehicle.
5859 KF 5060, watch 3. 5060.
Curfew laws restrict the right of juveniles to be outdoors or in the public places after 10 p.m. until sunrise the next day. Such laws aim to establish a safer community and to better protect people from becoming victims of crimes or becoming involved in a crime. Most people don't agree with our curfew laws and would rather run the risk of being picked up by the police and ticketed for violation of curfew. However, they are more likely to run into the many real dangers that face us every time we go out at night.
We found that kids out so late are normally caught up in violence, traffic accidents, and we that's no good. Some of these kids still they're not aware of the law, and they're not educated on it.
Drinking, drugs, sexual predators, and gang-related activities are only few of the dangers we face regardless of how young or old you are. If you are under the age of 18, this law applies to you. What happens if you are caught? You will be taken to the station where the ticket is written out to you and your parent or guardian are called to pick you up. If your parent cannot pick you up, you will be placed into a protective custody or sent to a juvenile facility.
Guardian at something like an event such as Grill Beach.
The guardian is not just someone appointed to by the parents. A guardian is someone appointed by the courts.
You can legally stay out late if you are participating in a religious, educational, or political activity, accompanied by a parent or guardian, going to or from their place of employment, responding to some type of emergency, returning home from school, cultural, or recreation activity.
And that's our message, is not only enforcing the curfew violation, but also educating them that they need to stay home and stay safe.
The curfew laws are not just here to protect us, they are here to protect the safety of everyone in our community.
property theft has spiked in the area the past year due to easy access for thieves. Almost 80% of car theft occurs because of unlocked doors. Locking your doors takes a matter of seconds and can become so routine that you may forget whether you locked your doors or not. But it's worth the effort to double check. The more successful thieves are at taking items out of a car, the more chances they are going to come back to that area. Don't let our town be that area. One simple precaution is to hide or cover any valuable items when leaving your car unattended. Simple actions like these can prevent you from becoming a victim of property theft. The Los Angeles Police Department would like you to remember, lock it or lose it.
series of bizarre and disturbing attacks that have left children in cities from coast to coast injured and fearing for their safety. As Global's Anna Gabauer tells us, the young victims were targeted simply because of the color of their hair.
They better, and while we begin with an Eyewitness News exclusive, disturbing video of a gay man being beaten in Queens.
The individual was attacked simply for his orientation, and we're just not going to tolerate it.
The word hate is just unexcusable. It's a word that shouldn't be used, and to hate somebody for the color of their skin is just not right.
It creates fear among all of the community members.
I think it's wrong how people discriminate against others just because of the way they prefer people, as in gays or just their skin color. It's wrong, and something needs to be done. A hate crime is any criminal act directed against a person based on the victim's actual or perceived nationality, religion, sexual orientation, disability, gender, and especially race. Examples of hate crimes include acts which result in injury even if the injury is slight, threats of violence that look like they can be carried out, acts which result in property damage, any criminal act or attempted criminal act, including property damage directed against public or private agencies.
The suspect can spend up to 1 year in jail, and if it's a felony, it could either be between 2 and 4 years for a prison sentence.
If you believe a hate crime has occurred or will occur, you are very much encouraged to contact the Los Angeles Police Department or the We Tip hotline. Public cooperation is often essential in solving hate crimes. We Tip hotline, 909-987-5005.
Well, nobody will hear it. I mean, because are we back on the air? Okay. Yes, we are. Mr. Rosendahl for an announcement.
I know folks are waiting upstairs in the Transportation Committee meeting, which is scheduled for 2 o'clock. We'll schedule it in 10 minutes from now, give people a chance to move around in 10 minutes, which is roughly 20 minutes after 2. Transportation will meet.
Okay.
Are we back in open session? I mean, we're back in open session. So, Mr. Clerk, what else do we have on the agenda?
Mr. President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
Consider them posted and referred.
We do have announcements. Councilmember Cardenas requests to be excused on June 22nd and June 29th.
Without objection. In fact, I'll let you go through all of those.
Very good, sir. Councilmember Reyes requests to leave at 12:30 on July 18 and to leave at 12:30 on July 25th. And Councilmember Zine requests to be excused on July 25th and excused on July 27th.
Okay, we will, without objection on all of those except for Mr. Zine's. We're going to force him to come. No, well, without objection on all of those items, Mr. Clerk. That brings us to what part of today's agenda?
Mr. President, the desk is clear.
Okay. Announcements? Mr. Labange.
This Saturday on April 14th, the Get to Know Your Wild Neighbors. It's part of our program with our sister city in Vancouver. They're coming to the Griffith Observatory. All Angelinos are invited to come between 9 and noon to see a variety of displays and exhibits about our natural resources in the mountains, the Santa Monica Mountains and Griffith Park, and get to know your wild neighbors. We'll also be saluting the National Forest Service because our city is in the heart and the backdrop to four national forests, the Angeles, Los Padres, Cleveland, and San Bernardino. This Saturday on the 12th, this Saturday on the 14th between 9 and noon at the Observatory in Griffith Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Announcements, members, any other announcements? Seeing none, adjourning motions. Any adjourning motions? Members, any adjourning motions? Today's meeting is adjourned.